Good morning, everyone. My name is Luke. I'm a park ranger with Oregon Parks and Recreation Department, and welcome to Depot Bay, Oregon. Today is Monday, March 21st, 2022, and it is the first of 5 days of virtual whale watching. This is the spring whale watch season here along the Oregon coast, and for the next 5 days from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. Pacific time, we will be bringing you our cameras live from inside here at the Depot Bay Whale Watching Center. We're excited to look for some whales and talk about a whole bunch of really fun things over the next 5 days, and we're happy to have you with us from wherever in the world you may be joining us. It's been a couple years since we've done this, so forgive me. Here we've got a little rust for sure, but we're excited to have everyone here along for this fun time of year. So as you can see right now, we have some gray skies and a little bit of rain falling here on the central Oregon coast. And I think that's kind of what we're going to have for most of today. But looking ahead on the weather forecast here, it looks very promising as the week progresses. I anticipate some very good whale watching weather. And hopefully we'll be able to see and enjoy some of these magnificent animals here as they're traveling north along the Oregon coast. So we're just getting started this morning. See a few people jumping on the stream here already. Hi Chris, down in Florence, and Roadwing, back from Spokane. Hi everybody, it's so fun to see everybody again. So my audio is a little goofy on my end. Let me know if it sounds okay on yours. We should have the beautiful sounds of the Pacific Ocean coming through your speakers right now. And as we see neat and exciting things, I'll turn on our microphone and we'll talk about what we're seeing. So right now, again, gray skies, kind of stormy waters. It's going to be difficult to see these whales, but we're going to keep our eyes out for the next 4 hours. We do have the 2 U.S. Coast Guard motor lifeboats here right in front of us doing a little training this morning, it looks like. So I'll go ahead and move the camera over there for a little while, and we'll watch these boats as they're practicing right here along our coast. And stay tuned. If you've got any questions or comments, feel free to leave those in the chat. I'll try to get back to those as soon as I can. And let me know again how that audio's doing in the chat. It sounds a little goofy on my end. If it is a little messed up, maybe we'll take a slow day on the microphone here. So thanks again everybody for being here, and I'll be back here in just a few minutes. Well, good morning again, everybody. My name's Luke, Park Ranger with Oregon State Parks. So yeah, if you're just joining us, we are live here in Depot Bay, Oregon. It is day one of the official Spring Whale Watch Week. And this time of year is a special occasion along the Oregon coast. Really from early March all the way through May, we get to watch around 20,000 gray whales as they travel north along the Oregon coast. All of these whales have been down near Baja, Mexico, breeding and giving birth. And that was happening over January, February, early March. And now the majority of these animals are headed north along our coast on their way to their Alaskan feeding grounds. These whales will spend the summer up near the Arctic feeding on the nutrient-rich zooplanktons and amphipods that live in the silty sediment down there. Up there. And this time of year, we get to watch them all swim by. And so we anticipate seeing a few whales every day. Hopefully the conditions improve a little bit today. We'll be able to zoom out a little further to where most of these whales are traveling. But occasionally a gray whale or another species of whale will swim very close to shore here in Depot Bay. It's kind of a unique area of the Oregon coast. Very good for whale watching, believe it or not. So we're going to be watching out near that red buoy, which is a half-mile away. I'm going to go ahead and move the camera up there. But as you can see, it's pretty foggy here this morning, and so it's going to be pretty difficult to see a whale spout in these kind of conditions. So in the meantime, we're going to just watch these Coast Guard boats as they're doing a little training out here. So probably later today, I'll bring the cameras inside our visitor center here and we'll do a little lesson about gray whales, kind of gray whale 101. What do they look like? What are some of the cool features that they have? And then some of the fun behaviors that we get to watch, not only just in the springtime, but also in the morning. So until then, we'll kind of move the camera around, try to keep up with some of these rescue boats doing some training here. Always fun to watch these brave men and women do their work. So stay tuned, everybody. Looks like we're getting quite a few people on the camera here. Welcome, everybody. Good morning. All right. Well, stand by, everybody. We'll keep the cameras rolling here. I'm going to keep my eyes out, looking for these gray whales or anything else neat. We're going to be kind of looking a little closer to shore today. But again, if you're just joining us later this week, it looks really, really good in terms of whale watching weather. So if you live anywhere around Oregon or this part of the country, and you're considering heading over to the coast and do some whale watching yourself, the weather in the ocean looks like Thursday and Friday will be your best bets this week. Maybe you've got some kiddos and you're on spring break right now. So stay tuned, everybody. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Good morning again, everybody. This is Luke, Park Ranger at Oregon State Parks, coming to you live from the Depot Bay Whale Watch Center. Today, we're kind of the Depot Bay wave and boat watching center so far. If you're just joining us, it's a fairly cloudy day here on the Central Oregon coast and some pretty good-sized waves. So we're watching the Coast Guard do a little training out here in front of us. Just for reference, that boat is 47 feet long, so almost 50 feet. And you see it's got a crew of, looks like 4 people on board right now. And these folks are out here, rain or shine, keeping this and a lot of other areas of the Oregon coast safe. And so, huge thank you to the Coast Guard. If you know some of those folks, tell them thank you for all of us. They do some amazing work here throughout the year. And it's always fun to get to watch them come out and train and do this kind of work. So if you're just joining us, we are located right here on the Central Oregon coast. And we're inside our visitor center right now, looking out over the beautiful Pacific Ocean. Beautiful spring break day here on the Oregon coast, I guess you could say. A little bit of rain falling right now, and it was a chilly 42 degrees when I got out of my truck a little bit ago. So not the spring break weather a lot of folks are accustomed to, but for us here on the Oregon coast, I guess this is to be expected this time of year. Come on, camera. Rain sticking on the glass here. Here we go. So we are primarily watching for gray whales this time of year. This is usually the kickoff to whale watch season here along the Oregon coast. And for over 40 years, the Whale Watching Spoken Here program has been a huge volunteer effort where we station ourselves up and down the Oregon coast, watching for gray whales and counting them, documenting behaviors, and most importantly, interacting with you, the public, and educating them about whales here along the Oregon coast and what they're doing here and some of the cool things that they get to do and see here while they're traveling. And so this year we were unable to get our full volunteer groups together. Obviously we're just kind of coming out of this pandemic right now. It's just wild to me. Last time I was standing here was literally about 2 years ago, right at the beginning of the pandemic. And so obviously lots of things have changed since then, but I do want to say thank you to all of our volunteers, current and former, wherever you are. You've done some amazing work over the last 4 decades, and I'd just like to reemphasize that those volunteers have interacted with over 1.2 million people and helped them hopefully see whales and learn about them, and overall just help people have a great time while they're here visiting the Oregon coast. So thank you, volunteers near and far. The plan is to get volunteers going again this year, and hopefully by winter of 2022. So it will be the end of December this next year, I guess you could say. We will be back out there in full force. And so if you are a volunteer or want to learn how to become involved with this great cause, kind of stay tuned on our website. It's orwhalewatch.org. Later this spring and summer, we'll be posting hopefully some updated information about training events and how to get involved with this work. So this again will be all virtual this year. We'll just be doing the cameras. Turns out that's a lot of fun too. Last time we did this, we had hundreds of thousands of people tune in from around the world. We got to see lots of gray whales. We saw some orcas. We got to watch lots of cool stuff. And hopefully you're at the comfort of your own home. Maybe you're in your pajamas, getting a cup of coffee, tuning in to just hear the beautiful sounds of the ocean and see what's going on. So it's so nice to be back. It's nice to see a lot of familiar names on the chat in there. So thanks everybody for jumping back in today. We'll keep at it. We'll keep our eyes open. We'll be watching these boats here for a little while longer. It looks like they're going to head back to port here pretty soon. One other thing I wanted to bring your attention to, in the bottom right hand corner of your screen, if you remember back a couple of years ago, we used to have our Oregon State Parks shield right there, our image, but you'll notice it's a little different this year. And this year is actually a special year for the Oregon State Parks. It's our centennial anniversary. It's our 100-year birthday. And so there's all sorts of fun events happening across the state in recognition of that. And so hopefully a little later this week, I'll bring on a person or two to talk about the centennial, what that means for our agency, and some fun ways that you can get involved if you live here in Oregon or close enough to come and join us. There's all sorts of fun events happening throughout the year, kind of celebrating that birthday. Hopefully we can bake cake someplace. That would be fun, right? Anyway, stay tuned, everybody. Keep the cameras going here. We'll watch these Coast Guard rescue boats come back through the harbor, and then we'll zoom back out to the buoy if we can see it, and keep our eyes open for whales. So, looking at the chat real quick. Lots of folks on there. Thanks everybody for joining us. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a little bit. Looks like that first one made it through just fine. If you are familiar with the Depot Bay area, you'll know that we have a very unique kind of harbor entrance here. It's known as the shortest navigable harbor in the world. And what that means is it's only a couple hundred feet long from the harbor, where all the ships and boats live, and the wild of the Pacific Ocean. And the other very unique thing about this crossing is that it's only 50 feet wide, and it's a channel cut right out of some very, very big layers of basalt, or bedrock, basically. So there's no sand here. There's just a lot of very jagged rocks, and if you are a ship coming or going from this harbor, it's a special challenge to get through there safely. Apparently it's a special challenge for my camera to see through the glass today. So again, that boat is only about, is 47 feet long, and the harbor entrance is only 50 feet wide. And so I'm just going to zoom out so we can all see it here. It is very tricky for them to get through, so you can see these waves crashing all around you. Adds a little bit of adrenaline to the situation for sure. These folks, again, are some of the best, and it's a lot of fun to get to watch them do this work. We will not see any whale watching boats go out today, that's for sure. It's much too rough for them. But later this week, I imagine that we will see some of those folks going out to go look for whales for people. Here we go. You can see it's kind of kicking that boat sideways a little bit. Ooh, yep. That was not the best way to do that. Ooh, and they are actually hitting the rocks, it looks like a little bit. Those folks are okay. You can see how fast it changes. Those waves came up from behind and pushed that boat. Now they're going to go ahead and get it the rest of the way into the harbor here, hopefully. Alright, well, a little bit of excitement here. It's one of the great reasons I like to stand inside this building. You just never know what you're going to see. So, I'll go ahead and move the camera back out here a little bit. I'll get my binoculars going, see if we can do a little scan for some whales. And we'll keep our eyes out for anything else cool that's either flying by or swimming by. Stay tuned, everybody. If you want to learn about this visitor center, jump on our website, OregonStateParks.org. You can click on the Things to Do tab. And there's a whole section about whale watching here on the coast. And this building in particular, I don't know how much I can tease, but there's some very exciting stuff going to come out hopefully in just a little bit. It's going to help people come in to see this building, no matter where in the world you are. So it's pretty cool. Again, we're live here in Depot Bay, on the watch for gray whales. We'll be back in a few minutes. Hello again, everybody. This is Luke, Park Ranger with Oregon State Parks. Here at the Depot Bay Whale Watching Center. I just spotted a harbor seal down here just a few feet from our shore. So we'll kind of keep the camera pointed this direction. Hopefully we'll see that little thing pop back up. And yeah, all sorts of stuff happening so far. So we've got kind of wind and rain this morning. Today's going to be a little stormy, but if you're just joining us, we had the Coast Guard training out here in front of us, 2 of their rescue boats. We were doing some surf training this morning, and they just went back through the harbor. So if you wanted to see that, you could rewind your feed just a little bit. It's always fun to watch those folks go out. Yeah, so we're just kind of watching and waiting. I'm hoping that a whale will come in close enough for us to see today. It is pretty stormy out there, and so it is going to be a challenge to spot any of these gray whales as they're heading along the coast this time of year. But we're here. We're going to keep our eyes out. I've asked the staff that I work with here at the Beverly Beach area to keep eyes out for me today if they're out in the other parks, and let us know if they see any whales while they're out doing their work. We're very lucky to get to work here. We've got some excellent people that work out of the Beverly Beach Management Unit and help us keep this part of the Oregon coast welcoming and enjoyable for everybody. It's shaping up to be a very nice spring and summer here along the Oregon coast, and we hope to see everybody in person soon. So, that being said, there are plans to get this visitor center reopened here month or so, a little less than that. So we'll be excited to welcome everyone in here in person again. We actually, in the winter of 2020, so it would have been January and February of 2020, if anyone can remember that far back, we actually just installed all brand new interpretive exhibits, and the building was not really open. Hasn't been opened yet since that time, so very excited to get to share all of this with you in the near future. And we'd love to see everybody come and see these whales in person, or I see a comment from Pam, how often does the Coast Guard practice? I'd love to see that up close and personal. You know, they're out, Pam, just about every day. You know, a lot of times they'll go out and train every day. They got to stay up on their skills and stay prepared, and so a lot of times they'll be training right here in the bay in front of us, or sometimes they'll go out and travel south towards Newport a little bit. There's a wonderful beach called Moolock Beach. It's kind of halfway between here and Newport, where there's a big offshore reef, and on the really big storm days, talking like 20-foot waves or bigger, these folks will go out and they'll head there to go have some fun. I mean, I guess that's a word you could use. It's pretty incredible to watch what those boats can do, and pretty neat. But yeah, if you haven't been to Depot Bay before, do come check it out. It's a pretty awesome little spot. The bridge here in town, the Highway 101 bridge, which goes over that channel, which we just watched those 2 boats go under, actually has an underpass or a sidewalk underneath of it. And so you can walk down underneath the bridge and literally be just a few feet from those boat captains as they're motoring through that channel. And it's really, really exciting. It's unlike anything else on the Oregon coast for sure. So take one more look at the comments here. Looks like we've got lots of folks joining us here again from all over the place. It is always fun to see where people are watching from, so if you can, let us know in that chat, where are you watching whales from today? It's always neat to see. I know in years past we've had people from all around the world, and I'm sure that's the same today, so stay tuned, everybody. I will bring the camera in probably around 1 o'clock today. We'll come into the visitor center and do a little lesson on whales. We'll look at the models of gray whales and some of our other most common whale species that we see here along the Oregon coast. And I'll talk a little bit about their behaviors and then when the best times to come see them. And that's what people always want to know. Like, when are the whales going to be there, right? All right, happy whale watching, everybody. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a little bit. Aren't these waves so cool? Hi again, everybody. It's Luke, Park Ranger with Oregon State Parks. We're here live in Depot Bay, Oregon. This is day one of the 2022 Spring Whale Watch Week. We have not the best weather for doing some whale watching right now. Some rain and fog and winds really kind of hurting our efforts to see out to where most of these whales would be traveling. So right now we're just kind of looking around on the inner bay and enjoying some of the beautiful sights and sounds that are here close to shore. I hope everybody's enjoying the sounds of the ocean this morning. Got our microphone outside the building pointed out there, and that's really added a whole new layer to these live streams. Really, really cool. So if you are just joining us, we had a little bit of excitement earlier. We had the two Coast Guard boats doing a little bit of training just out here in front of us. And while we were watching them return to the harbor here, one of the boats actually ran up against the rocks. I went back and looked at the video, and you can see that it is a challenge to get through that harbor entrance. And the second boat that went through did, in fact, it looks like hit the rocks. And in the audio, you can hear it like give a little crunch. And so that was back around the 20 to 25 minute mark, I want to say. Maybe somebody can go back and take a look at that real quick. So a little bit of excitement, even though we can't see whales. There's always something interesting going on out here in front of us. A little bit later, hopefully we'll see some of the little oyster catchers, those beautiful little birds that feed here along these kind of intertidal zones. They're a neat bird to see for sure. We can talk a little bit about them. And a little bit ago I watched a harbor seal pop up right in front of our windows here as well, so I'm going to keep my eyes open for that animal as well. And of course, I'm always on the watch for whales. And so gray whales would be the most common whale that we will see this time of year here along the Oregon coast, but we could see humpback whales or orcas, known as killer whales, or even dolphins this time of year. It's not uncommon to see a variety of species. Some are just a little more prevalent. I know the last week or so the weather has not been great for whale watching here along the Oregon coast, but at least on the central coast, if we go back about 10 days or so ago, we had some beautiful blue sky, high pressure, and some very nice whale watching conditions. And it was, I think, the second week in March, and I spotted quite a few gray whales. Some of them were doing the migration, which we expect, and some of them were even pulling over to do some feeding. It looked like, at least they were showing the kind of the signs that they were feeding. They were very close to shore and staying in one location for quite a long time. And it sounds like some folks have seen some whales all over the Oregon coast. I've got reports, and I saw someone commented in the chat earlier about the orcas or killer whales down by Brookings, Oregon, or southern Oregon coast. And yeah, I'd seen that report as well. And we really, we're lucky. We get to just kind of look out here and see what's swimming by. It's usually something very exciting. So let's see here. Got a few of the longtime folks joining us back. I see CJR from Florida. Oh man, I remember you. Welcome back. It's great to see you too. And we've got some folks from Pendleton, Hillsborough, Klamath Falls. Oh hey Barb, up at Cape Lookout. Good to see you in chat form. Hope you and Chris are doing great. Got Peoria, Illinois, and Minnesota, New York, Lake Oswego. Welcome everybody, wherever you're from. Hope you're having a great day. Monday here to start I guess it's the first day of spring, March 21st. Gotta give a shameless plug. Happy birthday to my brother, John, wherever you are. Hope you're having a great day. Happy birthday. So, if you want, everybody can just sing happy birthday to my brother. That'd be cool. Alright, I better turn the microphone off. I'm gonna keep looking for whales. Stay tuned, everybody. I hope the weather, the conditions improve here hopefully we'll get to see a whale or two as the day progresses. So thanks again for being here. If you want to learn more about this place and whale watching along the Oregon coast, be sure to visit the main Oregon State Parks website. It's OregonStateParks.org. And you can click on the Things to Do tab. It takes you to our visitor center. And hey, you can explore that website. There's lots of great state parks all over the beautiful state of Oregon. And this is a special year, 100th year anniversary. Go play. These parks, they are amazing. They're timeless, they're special, and they're for everybody. And we hope to see everybody here in person this year soon. So thanks again. We'll be back in a little bit. Alright everybody, well I have the camera pointed right now at our half-mile buoy. This red buoy is a half a mile away from us right here in our visitor center. And this is a kind of a good marker for us. A lot of the whales that we will spot from this location will actually be just behind that buoy. And so being able to see it now for the first time in a while is good. Hopefully the conditions will be improving a little bit, but you can see a lot of wind and wave action out there today, so it is going to be difficult to spot these whales. Where I would really want to be looking is actually around a half mile further. I'm kind of move the camera over here and see if we can even spot the 1 mile buoy. It's just too foggy. The camera kind of does not like that. So we'll just kind of keep an eye out here. I'm going to leave the camera pointed at this half mile buoy for the next few minutes. I remember a broadcast we did years ago when we were first kind of starting this whole virtual whale watching boom. It was a day very similar to this where we couldn't see much, but we could see that red buoy. And we had the camera pointed right here. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, a gray whale did a spy hop. That's a behavior in which they stick their head out over the water, almost as if to kind of look around. So that was pretty incredible. So maybe we'll get lucky. I'll leave the camera here for a few minutes, and then we'll kind of keep looking around. It is getting a little brighter out there, so maybe we will catch a little break in the weather. That'd be great. Give us a chance to kind of look around together and see if we can spot any gray whales or any other fun things swimming around out there. So stay tuned, everybody. Thanks for being here wherever you're from. We just seem to be picking up more and more viewers as the day goes on here. It's like we're over 80 viewers here right now. So thank you everybody for joining us wherever you are from. Again, we're coming to you live from inside our visitor center here in Depot Bay. This is day 1 of the 2022 Spring Whale Watch Week. And I think it's going to be the most challenging. So thanks again everybody. We'll be back after a bit. Hello again, everybody. It's Luke, Park Ranger with Oregon State Parks. And we're here live at the Depot Bay Whale Watch Center. If you're just joining us, it's a beautiful, rainy, stormy day here on the central Oregon coast. Oh, yeah, there's the camera kind of having some problems. So, not a great day in terms of whale watching. In terms of weather, it makes it very difficult for us to just see out into where they would be traveling. There was a question earlier about, hey, does this kind of weather hinder their journey, or does it make the whales stop moving? Maybe is my best answer to that, but not really. These whales, they're swimming 24 hours a day right now, pretty much non-stop, and a little bad weather doesn't really seem to give them too much of a hard time. These whales will continue their migration north along our coast over the next several months, and I think the biggest thing that impacts us, the whale watcher, is just the ability to see them. And so I know that if we could zoom out past all of this fog and rain, I'm sure that there are several happy whales swimming by, maybe even in this very moment. But again, we are just unable to see there, that little dark blob in the center of your screen. That is a buoy located a half mile away from us, but we're just having a very hard time seeing that with our eyes or cameras or any kind of tools that we have. So stormy weather just makes it tougher to look for whales, but it is a beautiful day nonetheless, just to watch and listen to these waves crash along our shore here. Every time we plan these big special events, we are at the mercy of the weather a little bit. And it looks like today will be the worst day weather-wise for the next 5 days. And so as the week progresses, I anticipate much better weather. And the ocean is supposed to calm down quite a bit. And so looking at the forecast, if you are somewhere in Oregon and you're thinking about heading over to the coast this week, it looks like Thursday and Friday would be a good bet to come enjoy a little bit of sunshine and hopefully see some whales as they're traveling along our shores. It's just a little bit after 11:30 a.m. here our local time, and we're about 1 o'clock or so. It's another hour and a half. I think I'll bring the cameras inside the visitor center and we'll do a little gray whale 101 lesson. And so if you're interested in learning about what these animals look like and some of the fun behaviors that they do, be sure to stick around or tune back in around 1 o'clock. And until then, I'll keep kind of moving around with the cameras. Hopefully a whale comes in close enough for us to all see together. But it's a pretty challenging day out there for sure. So take a quick look at the chat. There's a nice comment from Jill. It says it just popped up in one of her Facebook memories that she was a whale watch volunteer in 2016, and it was rainy that day too. Yep, Jill, we've had our fair share of rainy whale watch days, that's for sure. And so, hope you're doing well. And Lauren is back. Nice to see you. It's always fun to see some familiar faces there, or familiar names there in the chat. Joining us from Indiana. And Vicky from Salem. Just wanted to know when you started the whale watch again. We just started, Victoria. And so we just turned the cameras on for the first time this morning at 10 o'clock. And we will be here today from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. and every day this week. So March 21st through the 25th from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. And we'll be looking for whales from the visitor center here in Depot Bay. So thanks again, everybody, for being here. Even though there's some not great weather, it seems like a lot of folks are just sticking around. I hope you're enjoying the beautiful sights and the wonderful sounds of the ocean here today. And again, hope everybody's having a good start to spring. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll be back in a little bit. Hello again, everybody. This is Luke, Park Ranger with Oregon State Parks. And some few questions have come in the chat here. One of the questions: have you seen any whales yet today? No, we have not. Not yet. It's been a pretty stormy day so far here on our little window of the Pacific Ocean. But every few minutes we get a little break in the rain, a brighter light. Optimistic that maybe we'll see a whale or two here for the rest of the day. We don't need all of the ocean to be visible, just anything. We just need a little window where we can watch. And hopefully one of these whales will come into view for us as they're making this amazing journey. So again, if you're just joining us, this is spring whale watch season here along the Oregon coast. This time of year, we watch around 20,000 gray whales swim north along the Oregon coast. And these whales are headed up to Alaska, where they're going to be spending the summer feeding and enjoying beautiful scenery in that part of the world. But this time of year, March, April, May, and June, is when we see these animals swim along our coast, giving us a great chance to spot them. Spend a little time with them, learn about them as they travel by. So, no whales yet today. Just some stormy weather. I do see a few hardy whale watchers out on one of our viewing platforms outside the building. It's very windy. It's probably 25-mile-an-hour winds out there and raining sideways. And these folks are just loving it. They're smiling and taking some pictures, taking some selfies of themselves, looking out over the ocean on a beautiful day like today. So it's a lot of fun. I know a lot of our volunteers can speak to it. Being out watching on a day like today, the act of seeing a whale is difficult, but some of the most fun interactions I've had with other volunteers have been on days like today when we're all just huddled up and taking turns looking out over the water, hoping to spot a whale. On a busy spring break season like it is right now, even on a day like today, our volunteers, we would have a couple hundred of them out there, and they would be interacting with thousands of people. Even on a day like today, a lot of people enjoy coming to the Oregon coast, rain or shine. So hopefully we get a little more shine here later this afternoon. But again, I think later this week looks pretty good. Hopefully we'll spot quite a few whales together. But today, so far, we're just enjoying the waves and the sounds of the ocean and a few birds flying by. Let me know if you've got any other questions or comments. I can see them in the chat there. We'll try to respond to them. Maybe this is a good time to go check out the Oregon State Park website. We have a whole section dedicated to our centennial this year. It's the 100th anniversary of Oregon State Parks in 1922. What would become the Oregon State Parks received its first little chunk of land. Here's a question for the chat. Does anybody know what is the first state park in Oregon? If you think you know the answer, go ahead and put it in the chat. And I will try to reach out to you later and get you a fun sticker sent in the mail. But again, it's the centennial anniversary of our state park system, so lots of fun events going on. I know a lot of people are getting a lot of reservations in the campgrounds for this summer. A lot of them on the coast are already full. A lot of people are thinking this will be a good summer to kind of get back to normal, kind of pre-pandemic type of stuff. And so I know we're excited. We're gearing up to have a great summer here on the coast. And I know a lot of the other parks and campgrounds all across the state are excited to get back to some version of normal here this summer. But again, back to the centennial, these parks, they really are because of you, right? The local Oregonians that for decades have kind of cherished these places and wanted to make sure that we save them and future generations can enjoy them. And I mean, Oregonians know our state parks are special. They've invested in them, they've helped care for them over the years, and most importantly, they've kept them open for everyone. And so, a great example of that is right here on the Oregon coast. The entire Oregon shoreline from Astoria all the way to Brookings is publicly owned. It is owned by us, you, me, and everyone. It's a great kind of testament to Oregonians of the past and helping us conserve these areas so we can enjoy them today. And so it gives me and you the chance to look for these whales as they're swimming by, allegedly. So, oh, and I'm sorry, I'm just rambling here, and the camera is all zoomed in on the raindrops, but again, I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you for being here and supporting this program and Oregon State Parks more broadly, because it's a very special thing to be a part of, even on a rainy day like today. So thanks again, everybody. Well, when I see our correct answer in there, Steve, Sarah Helmick State Park. Yep. Good work, Steve. I will reach out to you after today's broadcast and get a way to send you a sticker in the mail. I have brand new whale watching stickers, so I know in the past we've had to give those out virtually, but hopefully in a few weeks we can start handing them out in person again. So thanks again, everybody, for being here. Happy whale watching, and we'll be back in a little bit. Hi everybody, it's Luke, Park Ranger here with Oregon State Parks, and it is just a little bit after 12 o'clock noon here on the Oregon coast, and we're continuing our watch for gray whales as they swim north along our shore. It's a pretty stormy day out there, so we have spotted 0 whales so far. We're going to give it another couple hours at least, so stay tuned. We'll keep on the hunt for these animals as they're swimming around. We're just going to kind of move around with the camera and look for any other things that are exciting and talk about them as we see them. Vicky, I see your comment. Is it possible to get closed captions? I just checked all of our settings and they should be working. I know they've worked in the past. I've double checked our microphone. I've turned something down, so hopefully it's working a little better now. Typically YouTube just kind of auto generates the closed captions for us, so I'll have to look into that a little later tonight if it's still not working. But yeah, thank you for that comment. We always do have those turned on so people can see what we are saying or read it as well. So alright everybody, in about an hour I'll bring the cameras inside. We'll do a lesson on gray whales, and I'll make sure that the audio is very clear for that, so we'll probably pause the outdoor microphone for a little while so you can just hear myself talk a little more clearly inside the building. So thanks everybody for being here. Stay tuned, and we'll be back in a bit. Hello again, everybody. This is Luke, Park Ranger with Oregon State Parks, coming to you from the Depot Bay Whale Watching Center. Well, I've just got the camera zoomed in now on a little black bird down on the sea wall here. This is called an oyster catcher, and they have this jet black body and this beautiful orange beak. You can see it there. Oh, never mind, took off. Anyway, these oyster catchers, they're a pretty special little bird. There's not a lot of them here on this part of the Oregon coast, but they love our shoreline here, this kind of rocky intertidal zone. When the waves aren't quite as big as they are today, we'll often watch those little birds kind of feeding in the tide pools here. Now, with a name like oyster catcher, you would probably assume that that's what they eat, but those little birds actually don't eat oysters. I don't know the story behind their name, but I do know that they use that bright orange beak to kind of probe around in the tide pools and the mussels and look for little worms and other little bugs, basically, to eat on those instead. I have seen them use that beak to kind of flip shells around and probe in between the clams or mussel shells, and then it pops them open, basically. So they will eat a variety of things, but more often than not, we'll see them kind of probing in between the mussel beds, trying to find something to snack on. So pretty neat little birds. They have a very high-pitched whistle that often we will hear, kind of a peep sound. So we're still kind of waiting for whales. The ocean is very angry today, and it has been raining all day long so far. Every once in a while we get a little break in the waves like we have right now. Let me see if I can talk and camera at the same time here. And I'm so hopeful that we will get some kind of a whale to show itself in one of these little breaks in the action here. But again, you can see I can barely even make out our half-mile buoy, which is right back there, kind of on the right-hand side of your screen. So it is tough to see a whale today, that's for sure. It is now about almost 12:30 here our local time, and at 1 o'clock I will turn the cameras inside the building here, and I'll do a little interpretive lesson on gray whales. I want to focus on kind of their anatomy, what makes a whale, and then we'll talk about some of the common behaviors that we see here from Depot Bay. And then finally, we will talk a little bit about this migration that they are on. It's a pretty amazing story, and so it's a real pleasure to get to spend some time with them, or at least try to see them on a day like today. So thank you so much for being here, everybody. Hope you're having a good Monday, a good start to spring 2022, wherever you're joining us from. You know, again, this is just one of many, like hundreds of great Oregon State parks here along in the state of Oregon. And so this is, again, a special year for us, the centennial anniversary for our park system. And so do reach out to your local state parks, see what's going on this year. There's a lot of special events happening all across the state this year, kind of honoring our 100-year birthday. So stay tuned for that. I am kind of working behind the scenes. I'm going to try to have a few phone calls this week as the week progresses. I'm going to try to interview a few people who are pretty important to the whale watching industry here in Oregon, and help a lot of people see and learn and understand what's going on in the Oregon coastal waters. Either they're looking for whales or helping people learn about whales. So stay tuned for that. It'll be fun to get a few people on the phone and share some of that information with you later as the week goes on. So, all right, well, let me bring the camera back in a little further zoomed out a broader picture here. And I will continue to kind of scan this open patch of water here. And hopefully we can catch a whale on the camera today before our streaming time is up. If we don't today, that's alright. We'll be back tomorrow. Again, 10 a.m. Pacific time until 2 p.m. every day this week. And so, yeah, we'll see some. Sometimes they just make us wait a little bit longer than we want, but we will see some whales this week for sure. Alright, everybody. I did tweak the audio a little bit, so let me know if you can hear me a little more clearly now. And I will keep kind of checking on this closed captioning. It should be turned on, and I'll get some work done tonight, hopefully, to ensure that that's working tomorrow as well. So, thanks again, everybody. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a bit. Hello again, everybody. This is Luke, Park Ranger with Oregon State Parks here at Depot Bay Whale Watching Center. It is 12:45 and we're still watching. We have not spotted any gray whales yet here along our section of the coast. If you're just joining us, it's been a pretty poor weather day, lots of rain and wind. I just ran out to my truck real quick, and there's actually quite a few people out and about in Depot Bay today, even with the weather. A lot of people got their rain jackets on and smiling and asking if we've seen any whales. Sadly, no, not yet. But we'll keep an eye out here for the next hour and a little bit. In about 15 minutes, we will bring the cameras in. I've got a little lesson prepared. We'll do kind of gray whale 101. We'll talk about what they look like, some of the behaviors that we will see from shore, and then finally a little bit about the migration that they're on right now. So stay tuned, everybody. I've got my eyes trained in a little section of the water where the weather doesn't seem to be as bad, but still very tough conditions for whale watching today. Hope you're having a good day wherever you are. Hope to see everybody in person soon. We'll be opening our visitor center here in about a month or so, and we're excited to get people back in here to enjoy all the new exhibits and some of the cool technology that we've been able to incorporate into this really cool facility. All right, well, hang tight, everybody. We'll be back in about 15 minutes, and we'll bring you in the building. Well, hello again, everybody. This is Luke, Park Ranger with Oregon State Parks, and we are here in Depot Bay, Oregon. It's day one of the spring 2022 whale watch weeks, and we're off to a very stormy start. I just looked at the weather updates, and it has warmed up a little bit now. It's 44 degrees outside, and we have about 18-mile-an-hour winds. And the ocean is a balmy 49 degrees. So just another beautiful day here along the central Oregon coast. I hope all of the Oregonian children are having a great start to their spring break. Well, while we've got some stormy weather conditions, I thought we'd bring you inside the visitor center here for a few minutes. And I'll do a quick lesson about gray whales. And I want to share with you what they look like, what they are doing, some of the fun behaviors we see, and then I want to talk for a minute about the behaviors, or excuse me, the migration that they do. And so that's what we're watching for right now. Before I do that, I need to make one little change on my microphone here. So there's going to be a little click. I'm going to unplug my outdoor microphone for just a few minutes while I do this. So here we go. Hopefully that wasn't too loud on your end. And so right now, all you should hear is me talking, and as soon as we're done, we will be sure to plug that audio back in. I know a lot of folks enjoy hearing the sounds of the ocean. So let me get my camera turned inside here, kind of look down the inside wall of our visitor center. And I'm tied to the camera here a little bit, but I think, let me just double check a couple things here. I think this will work out okay today. So what I've got with me are my models of gray whales. These are the whales that we are looking for out there in the ocean this time of year. Now, gray whales are by far the most common whale that we see along the Oregon coast year in, year out. On a typical spring day like today, if the weather was beautiful, we'd probably see around 15 or 20 of these swimming by, and that's pretty common all spring long, and so that's why we're here. That's what we're looking for. But again, today the weather conditions are just not conducive to looking for them, so we'll come inside, learn a little bit about them, little bit about them, so over the next few days, as we do see some whales, you'll know kind of what's going on. So gray whales are typically this kind of grayish color. They each have their own kind of unique pigmentation pattern, and so there will be some that are a little darker or some that are a little lighter or splotchy or all sorts of stuff. But again, they're just like us. Everybody looks a little bit different. And so one of the other things that you'll notice about these whales is they have a lot of barnacles on them. These whales spend pretty much their whole life in pretty shallow water, and they're not moving very fast. And so they do accumulate a lot of barnacle growth throughout their whole life. Now, it's not an exact science, but one of the ways that we can kind of estimate the age of a whale is like, well, how many barnacles are growing on it? A younger whale most likely has fewer barnacles growing on it, whereas an older whale, it's been in the water longer, it has accumulated more barnacles on it throughout its life. So a lot of times the older whales, they will just be covered in a lot of barnacles. They do kind of scrape them off from here from time to time, but again, it's just kind of another way another clue that we have when we're watching whales. We can give a rough estimate of its age. So we'll start at the head here. You see that a gray whale's head is very kind of arrow shaped, or it looks almost like an A. It's very pointy. They also have these little grooves under their throat, which they can use to, they expand a little bit when they're feeding. But let's talk about that overall shape for just a minute. Gray whales, they're usually feeding on the bottom. They're usually sucking up sediment or plankton species that are suspended in the water, just kind of off the surface. And they'll actually use that pointed head. When they dive down, they turn on their sides and kind of scoop up the bottom of the seafloor like that. And so having this angled shape to their jaw, to their head, otherwise called their rostrum. This is the head of the whales, the rostrum. that angled shape allows them to kind of move right along the bottom of the seafloor like that and scoop up lots of food. So that's good, right? So another thing we'll see here is, let me see if I can get it focused. There we go. Right on top here we have two nostrils or blowholes. Gray whales are known as a baleen whale, meaning they have baleen in their mouth. All baleen whales have two nostrils, just like you see on this model here. Just like me and you, we have two nostrils. If you are a toothed whale, like a dolphin or a porpoise or a sperm whale, they have teeth, not baleen. They have one blowhole. And so I don't have any of my other whale models out today, but maybe later this week we'll look at the other whales that we see. And all baleen whales have two nostrils. Toothed whales have one. So that's a good piece of trivia there. If we look at the gray whale's head a little more, there's a good example of that baleen I was talking about on the upper jaw. And then at the end of their mouth, you'll see their eye. Gray whales have two eyes, just like us. Each one of their eyes is about the size of an orange, grapefruit, something about that size. Now, their eyes, they can see underwater, but often they're in water that's very murky, very dark and cloudy, so they don't really rely on their vision necessarily as they're navigating. But they do have two eyes. I wanted to show you an example of the baleen. So I showed it to you in the animal's mouth there in the model. Here's a piece of real baleen. This actually washed up on Beverly Beach, 2.5 years ago, I want to say. You can see it's actually very similar to our fingernails. There's my fingernail right there. It's actually the same stuff. It's keratin. It's the same as our hair. It's the same as our fingernails and toenails. It grows their whole life. And just like on a human, you get these little ridges and bumps in your fingernails. They get little ridges and bumps in their baleen, and it kind of indicates the health or even like the feeding seasons a little bit. There's some really amazing research going on about whale baleen, and scientists are able to go back in time, almost like tree rings. You can look back at a tree and say how old it was. There's some research that's being done that they use the baleen and they can look back in that whale's life, look at some of the little chemicals and see this whale is a male or this whale's a female. Maybe she's pregnant, and they can make some guesses, not guesses, they're making some very good inferences about what time of year it is, or maybe if the baleen's growing quickly, that means they're eating a lot of food. Or if the baleen is not growing very quickly, maybe that whale is having a hard time finding food. So lots of research going on around baleen. So pretty cool stuff. Let's keep looking at our whale here. So gray whales have two flippers, one on either side. These are called the pectoral fins. And gray whales' pectoral fins are not, they're big, but they're not huge compared to other whale species we'll talk about later this week. If we were able to look in the flipper here at the bone structure, it would actually be the same as our hand. So they have kind of 5 fingers, I guess you could say, or metatarsals, finger bones, basically, inside of each one of their fins here, the pectoral flippers. They don't use their front flippers to doggy paddle around out in the ocean. They use their fluke or their tail. It's very strong, very powerful. That's their main mode of moving around out in the water. So very strong swimming motions. The fluke, or the tail of a gray whale, can be about 10 feet across. And they're typically this very lovely heart shape right here. Very common to have kind of a deep groove right in the center here, and this beautiful little upturn on both sides. Now, other whale species have very unique kind of fluke prints. A lot of people think about humpback whales or photos. That's how scientists ID or catalog a lot of humpback whales, is by getting a picture of the underside of their tail fluke on a dive. Gray whales, for a number of reasons, we don't always see the underside of their tail fluke, so it's a little more difficult to even capture that. But they're usually a much more mottled color, so they don't have necessarily a big, beautiful pattern on the bottom of their tail, which we can use to identify the whale. So pretty cool though, nonetheless, very powerful, very important part of that whale's anatomy. You'll also notice gray whales don't have any kind of a fin really on their back. Usually whales of different species will have a dorsal fin, it's called. But gray whales have this kind of ridge here, or this is called a dorsal hump. There's a little protrusion there, but not really like a big fin of any kind. And then you can see these little grooves on the model here. These are called the knuckles. And these are just like little rough patches, kind of like your knuckles on your hand. Again, just one of the other identifying kind of characteristics of a gray whale. So this would be a model of an adult gray whale. That's who I'm really watching for on a day like today. March and April, we typically see adults swimming by the Oregon coast. So we'll talk more in depth about it when we talk about the migration, but long story short, March and April, it's mostly adult males and adult females, maybe some of the teenager ones or the few years old. The mothers and calves are coming later, and we'll talk about that a little bit later in the migration section. I do have with me a model of a baby gray whale, and so one of the things I haven't talked about yet is their overall size, right? Typically a gray whale will be about 40 to 45 feet in length and can weigh as much as 80,000 pounds, around 40 tons. It's a pretty good sized animal. When the babies are born, which just happened a few weeks ago, for a lot of them, they're already 15 feet long and they weigh about 2,000 pounds. So they're already a ton, they're already 15 feet long, but you can see compared to mom, they're not very big yet. And so again, we'll talk about why we don't see them yet a little bit later. One other thing I wanted to show you, so again, gray whales are mammals, we are mammals, we have a lot of the same parts, we just use them different ways. This is a model of a human vertebrae. And so this is from a section of our spine. This is, a life-size model, pretty good. That's where your spinal cord would go. This would be one of your vertebrae right here, somewhere in your back. Human. Right here is the example of just about the same bone from a gray whale. And so you can see it's way bigger, and these animals are really big. It's kind of hard to articulate, like, well, it's this big, it's out in the water. But one of the most common analogies we use when we're talking about the size of gray whales, instead of just showing you the difference between our similar bones, we talk about the gray whales are about the same size as a school bus. And so a lot of people have seen a school bus throughout their life, or maybe you've even ridden on a school bus throughout your life. That's about the same dimensions as one of these adult gray whales swimming around in the water. So next time you're driving down the road, you see a big yellow school bus, you can be like, it's the same size as a gray whale. So let's talk about some of the behaviors that we see. The most common thing that we are going to see is a spout, or when the whale comes up to breathe, right? And so again, we're looking for these two nostrils right here to make a big out of the water. Now that exhale is just air coming out of their lungs. Sometimes people think it's like water shooting out of their lungs. No, it's just air. And what happens is it's coming out so fast that it kind of sucks up some water outside of it around the surface of the ocean. And this water kind of makes a big mist. And that's what we see. And so when I'm scanning out here, that's the first thing I'm looking for, is the big blow or the spout. And so a gray whale spout is typically around 10 to 12, maybe 15 feet tall. And so on a day like today, not only is it rainy and windy, but our waves are about 10 feet tall. And so the odds of us seeing one of those 10-foot spouts behind a 10-foot wave is not great. Later this week though, good weather coming. So a series of spouts is usually, 3 or 4, maybe 5 spouts spread out by about 15 seconds, maybe 45 seconds. Each whale's a little different, but you can imagine a whale coming up and spouting several times. And then it'll do a big, and then dive down deep.
And then when they do that last dive, usually that's when we would see their tail come out of the water if they're going to do a deeper dive. And then they're going to travel underwater for about 5 minutes or so. Again, every whale's a little bit different, but that's kind of a typical pattern. 3, 4, 5 spouts, and then maybe they'll travel underwater for 3 or 4 or 5 minutes. So if you come out, you want to go whale watching, and you see some spouting, and then you see them go away, don't leave, just keep watching, just look a little bit further to the north, and I bet you'll see that whale come back up. Some other fun behaviors we get to see. So spouting, the dive, or the fluking dive. I mentioned earlier about a spy hop. So imagine my arm is the surface of the ocean, big wavy thing. Occasionally a whale will stick its head up out of the water and kind of look around, almost like a periscope. Don't really know why they do that. Some of the theories are that they're trying to kind of orient themselves. Maybe they're close to shore. We see it a lot of times close to shore or out next to the red buoy. I do suspect it's kind of like they're trying to figure out exactly where they are so they can dive down and kind of go look for more food. That's a really cool behavior to see, is the spy hop. Or the kind of the grand finale of these gray whales would be a breach, or when they jump out of the water a little bit. Now gray whales, again, they're huge, 40 tons. You're not going to see them shoot out of the water and do like a barrel roll or anything. Typically they'll come up and do kind of a big splash. And again, scientists don't know exactly why they do that. Maybe they're signaling each other. Maybe they're saying, hey guys, come here, I found a bunch of food. Or maybe they're just happy. We don't know, right? But I can tell you, it's awesome when you get to see a breach happen in real life. One of the things that I've noticed about gray whales is that when they do breach, it's rarely just one time. So usually what I've seen is a series of 2 or 3 or 4 breaches. Again, I'm not really sure why. That's one of our observations from here at this visitor center. It's so cool though. When you see an animal this big come out of the water and make a huge cannonball splash, it's awesome. People get really excited. People cry. People are just overwhelmed because it's cool when you see a giant animal do something really, really special. So, cool. There's some other behaviors that they do. That would be more kind of in the feeding when they're here later in the summer or early fall. One of the most common ones that we see along the central coast is a behavior called sharking. And it's actually a feeding behavior when that whale gets in really shallow water. And remember, we talked about how they kind of scrape the bottom here looking for food. If this whale's face is on the bottom sucking at mud, sometimes the tips of their tail is sticking out of the water a little bit, and it kind of looks like a shark fin going across the surface of the water there. So sometimes people will call us and say, oh my goodness, there's a whale being attacked at this and this such and such beach. You need to come and save it. And it's like, well, first, we can't do that. It's really big. And second, it's probably just feeding. It's probably just enjoying a lunch, having a picnic at the same beach you are. And we just see that tail moving along the surface of the water. It's really cool. There's been experiences I've had just north of here at a place called Glen Eden Beach, where there has literally been a gray whale 10 feet from shore. And it's just happily swimming along, having a good snack, eating a lot of that plankton and other little invertebrates out of the sand. It's just awesome when you get to see something like that. Speaking of food, let me show you. I just talked about them. Here's an example of what they're eating. So there's a little resin jar. On the top there, there's some little shrimp. Very common food source for them here in Depot Bay. Each one of those is only about the size of a grain of rice. And again, it's a 40-ton animal eating that. I mean, you got to eat a lot, right? In the summertime, that's what we get. We get lots of that, billions of those things blooming here. And these gray whales are able to eat around 2,000 pounds of those every day. On the back of this, it's very hard to see, but there are some little amphipods cast in here. Sorry about the bubbles in there. These would be a little bit bigger. Those are what are going to live in the sediment. You know, something like at Glen Eden Beach I was just referencing, or up in the Puget Sound. I know there's some gray whales that go into Puget Sound now that they eat a variety of different things. Some of them are called ghost shrimp. People might have heard of those. Those gray whales, each one, I mean, they're not dumb. They understand that they have to be able to eat different foods, and sometimes they have these patterns that a group of whales will kind of follow year after year, and based on last year's success, like was there food at this location at this time. So pretty cool animals being able to survive on something like that. So the last thing I'll talk about is this migration that they're on. So gray whales complete what is thought to be the second longest migration of any mammal on the planet. And so these whales swim 12 to 14,000 miles every year doing this big journey. There's one other group of humpbacks that might swim a little bit further, and that's why there's, some people have probably heard like they do the longest migration or the second longest or something like that. Either way, it's a very, very long way. It's something truly amazing. So these gray whales, they're heading right now to spend the summer in Alaska, feed all the time. If you think about Alaska or the Arctic in the summertime, 24 hours of daylight. And so they're literally able to feed nonstop. So that's going to go on. We'll say it's March now. They'll get up there in about a month. So we'll say April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November-ish. It all depends on the ice, the sea ice up there, when it starts to push them further south. So if we make it to November, the end of November, and you're feeding, so that, what was that? April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November. So 8 or 9 months of feeding, and then they'll start swimming. So now they leave Alaska, let's say the first week in December or so. It takes about 30 days or so for them to get to this point. This is halfway, about a month. So they're here, we get to watch them kind of the end of December, early January. Then they have another month to finish swimming all the way down to Mexico. So 2 months of nonstop swimming to Baja, Mexico. They will arrive there usually the end of January, early February. That's where all of the gray whales will get together to breed or to give birth to their young, to their calves. Now, it's a great place to be born as a gray whale. Again, 15 feet long, 2,000 pounds on day one of their life. The trick is, when they get to Mexico, these whales can be born in that nice warm water. In Mexico, the water is very warm, very clear, very safe, I guess you could say, for a baby whale to be born. They don't have any blubber when they're first born, and thus they must be in that warm water to survive. If a baby gray whale was born here, for example, you know, I just mentioned our water is 49 degrees. Animal with no kind of insulation, no blubber, wouldn't survive very long in this water. And so they're born in Mexico, warm, happy whales. Those mothers and calves will actually stay in Mexico for a month or two. This calf is drinking milk and gaining weight, putting on some insulation layers before they start their journey. And so if we go back a little bit, that's why I mentioned right now we're mainly watching males or females that are either newly pregnant or maybe they didn't breed this year. It's hard to say. Very rare for us to see a baby gray whale this time of year or a calf. Those typically will come up past the Oregon coast later in April, throughout the month of May, and sometimes even into June. I have a couple of young ones at home. I can tell you it just takes longer to do anything. So if an adult gray whale can swim from Mexico to Alaska in about a month and a half or 2 months, you can probably count on that mom and that calf taking 2 months, 2.5, 3 months, depending on how rambunctious the little whale is, right? So there's a little migration trivia for you there. So these whales, again, they'll be in Mexico just to breed. The gestation on a gray whale is about 12 months. And so if you are a male, you go to Mexico as well. That's your one time of year you get to pass on your DNA. And so you go to that to ensure the success of your species and also to hopefully, rear offspring in the future. So as soon as that happens, everybody goes back to Alaska again and starts the cycle all over again. So cool. Well, that was a little lesson about gray whales. Gray Whale 101, we will call it. If you have any questions or comments, please put them in the chat. And maybe later this week I'll bust out some of the other whale species that we see along the Oregon coast, and we can kind of compare the gray whale to the other fun species that we get to see here too. So thank you so much again, everybody, for being here. Again, my name's Luke, Park Ranger here at Depot Bay, and well, something's happening to my internet. But anyway, we'll get back out to the camera, and we'll get back out to the water. Hopefully you had fun today. We've got about another 30 minutes or so of streaming before we turn it off for tonight, but we will be back tomorrow at about 10 a.m. And we will do it all again. So let me go ahead and move the camera back out here. And we will continue our watch for gray whales and anything else fun that swims by. So give me just a second here. There'll be one more little click. I'm going to plug in our outdoor microphone one more time. Thanks again, everybody, for being here, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Hi again, everybody. This is Luke. See a few questions and comments coming in through the chat. I'm going to go ahead and get those answered here real quick. It looks like Nathan is back, and a few other people have commented that they're happy to see this back. And all I can say is we are so happy to have you back. It's a real pleasure to be able to do this, and it's a lot of fun. And so Nathan was referencing 2 years ago. If you were with us, there was a very special event happened where we had a pod of orcas or killer whales come right into the bay during one of our live broadcasts. And that was amazing. If you go back in time, you can look in the Oregon State Park's video kind of history under the live videos. And I think it was called Whale Watch Week Day 4. And I named it Orcas in the Bay. Truly amazing. It was really, I mean, even working here, I've only seen orcas in the bay one other time like that, and that was years ago. So that was really cool. In that video, I mistakenly misidentified. I misidentified them at first as a different group of orcas, but in the comments you'll see I kind of linked to the correct information about those orcas, and they were in fact some transient orcas that were here hunting seals and sea lions, that kind of stuff it sounds like. So really cool. Man, I hope we get to see something like that again this week. That would be great. So I see Kathy ask, is there a certain time of day that is better for seeing whales? Kathy, it really depends on the weather, first and foremost, but in general terms, I really prefer looking for whales in the morning here along the Oregon coast. And there's a couple of reasons for that. Number one, if there is sunlight that day or bright blue sky, the sun is behind us. And so as I'm looking out over the ocean, it is much easier to just look. Your eyes are not being strained by the sunlight or glare or anything like that. Second part of that is that here, our local weather patterns, usually if there is going to be wind throughout the day, it will usually come in the afternoon. And so usually the mornings are a little more calm, the ocean is a little less disturbed by all of these white caps and waves that we have today. And so for those two reasons, I really enjoy looking for whales in the morning. But again, every day is different. There's been some really beautiful sunsets over the last few months where we have this nice calm ocean and kind of an orange glow almost with the sun going down. And when you get an event like that, sometimes you'll see the spouts out there being kind of backlit by the ocean, by the sun as it goes down. These little orange fireballs will kind of pop up along out when you're looking out over the water. That can be amazing. However, it is very hard to predict anything like that. So, good question though. That's one of the most common questions we have is like, when is the best time to go? So, good questions. Nathan mentions sometimes we see bald eagles around here. Yep, I've seen them earlier today. Actually, before we got started, they came through and just kind of flew through town. There's a few nesting pairs of bald eagles here in the Depot Bay area. It's a lot of fun to watch them. And then Steve says, I remember how excited you got. Oh man, I was so excited. I could not believe that we were watching orcas while we were live streaming with everybody. That was just amazing. It's really cool watching kind of the stream today. I just have to give you all a huge thank you and applause. There's been about 70 to 80 people here with us all day. Kind of consistently, we've had 992 different people stop by throughout the day. So almost 1,000 people. I bet we'll get to 1,000 different people here by the end of today. We'll have at least stopped by to look for whales with us today. So just incredible. You all are just amazing. It's just so much fun to be able to do this with you and kind of share the beauty of this part of the coast with you. So thank you guys and gals from wherever you are. And Shelly says, watching from Northeast Oregon. Thanks, Shelly. Hope you're having a good day over there.
Yeah, you don't often see very many whales that far up the Columbia River, I imagine. So, sorry, that was a bad joke. All right, well, we have about 25 minutes or so left of our live stream today. And then again, we'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. I want everybody to think about sunshine and calm oceans over the next few days. It's actually supposed to be, believe it or not, like in the mid-60s here tomorrow. I think the ocean will still be a little bit rowdy, a little bit bumpy, I should say. But the weather is supposed to be like 180 from today. So right now it's 44 degrees and raining. Tomorrow I think we're supposed to be above 60 degrees and sunny for at least a few hours. So we'll see. All right, everybody. If you want to learn more about whale watching in Oregon, be sure to check out our website. You can find that at the main Oregon State Parks website, oregonstateparks.org. Click on that Things to Do tab. You can learn all about whale watching here. And no matter what part of the coast you're on, there's some great resources about places you can go and take a good look at the ocean from. And I think there's some links on there to some other great information. Yeah, while you're on that website, there's a whole bunch of other fun stuff. Different parks, lots of activities coming up over the next few weeks and months. I know there's a lot of like park cleanups and solve events or beach cleanups over the next few months. So that's always something that's a lot of fun, especially if you've got young kids with you, to go and teach them about stewardship and helping us keep our parks clean and safe and open to everybody. It's such a treat to be able to offer this to everybody. But we need help too, and so it's a lot of fun. I just want to say thank you to all of our partners that help us make those events happen. Pretty important. So, and one more plug here before I go. Be sure to check out some of the centennial events that are going on. And so I mentioned earlier that this year is the Oregon State Park centennial year. In 1922, the first Oregon State Park property was kind of given to what would become the Oregon State Parks agency itself, or Oregon Parks and Recreation Department. And since that time, obviously, lots more parks have come online, and it's a neat piece of history to go and learn about those parks, those early parks, and some of the neat things that were going on back then, and kind of get you up to speed with where we are now. And so over the next few days, we'll talk more about that centennial, and we'll try to get some special guests on the phone who can talk with everybody about fun events coming up later this year. So thank you again so much. Well, I see one more question popped up. Kathy asked, do you anticipate the Whale Watch Center reopening? Yes, Kathy. And so the plan right now is for around the middle of April, this facility will be back open to the public. And so we are so excited to show off a lot of the new exhibits in here and help everybody see the whales with some cool pieces of technology that we've been able to incorporate. And yeah, we will be back open here and hopefully open for the remainder of the summer and beyond, right? Coming out of the last couple years, obviously a lot has changed, but again, we are excited to get this place and some of our other properties back open for the public to come and enjoy and share this with us. So thank you again so much, everybody. It's about 1:40. I'll be back in about 15 minutes or so to kind of wrap up the day. It'll be pretty quick, spotting 0 whales. But again, thank you so much for being here, and we'll be back.
Hey everybody, it's Luke, Ranger here at the Depot Bay Whale Center. I see a few questions, comments coming through, so we'll address those real quick. So, yes, thank you, Nathan. State Parks Day, Oregon State Parks Day is always the first weekend in June. It's the first Saturday. And so usually there's a whole bunch of special events going on. And it's also traditionally a free night of camping. And so maybe you and your family want to try camping, or maybe you've tried it before and you want to go do it again. You can jump online and see what kind of availability there is. I definitely recommend reservations if you are going to head over to the coast or anything like that. I think you'll have to pay an $8 reservation fee. That's through our parent reservation company. But the actual stay, there will be a $0 charge for camping that night. A lot of fun. Even if you don't want to go camping, usually there's fun events, or hopefully there's some interpretive programs or ranger-led activities that you could participate in at your local state park. Great point. Thank you so much, Nathan. Steve says there's draft horse plowing at Shampooey State Park on April 2nd, 9 a.m., doing some living history. Yes, I know a few of the rangers there, and Ranger Dan is amazing. I have learned a lot from him over the past several years. And some of the history of Shampooey State Park, I mean, it really ties all of Oregon together. And so if you don't know that story, I mean, it's just incredible. It's really, it's an immensely important piece of Oregon's history. And so I would totally recommend you go and check out Shampooey State Park. It's spelled a little weirdly, Shampooig, pronounced Shampooey. But go check it out. It's just a beautiful, beautiful park and campground. And the rangers there are just awesome. Really, really cool history right there on the Willamette Valley. I'll give you a little teaser, but many people are familiar with Fort Stevens State Park up in Astoria, Warrenton. And there's a very famous shipwreck there, the Peter Iredale. Now, the Peter Iredale was a specific type of ship that was doing very specific work, and that directly ties in to Shampooey State Park. So I'm going to leave it like right there, cliffhanger. But Fort Stevens, Peter Iredale, direct connection to Shampooey. Pretty incredible. So, what else is going on? Let me just stop. First, draft horses, plowing. Are you kidding me? I'm going to ask for that day off and try to get to that park to go watch that. That sounds like so much fun. Can you imagine taking kids out and showing them how we used to do that kind of farming? And I know some people still do it that way, but that's not very common anymore, right? And a chance to go and see that live, like that sounds just awesome. So like I said, lots of fun events going on across the state this year. Some of them happen every year, but other ones are kind of enhanced this year because of the centennial edition and a lot of these special events that are happening across the state park system. So, and Era says, are you going to go up to Cape Foulweather like last time? Era, I wish I could. Since that last broadcast where we had these repeated internet errors, we have learned that the internet connection up there is so unstable that I'm not going to even attempt to go up there, because it's right now it's just not conducive to live streaming and actually being able to get a signal out. But someday, hopefully, as the technology gets a little better over here, we will be able to share that viewpoint as well, because it is amazing. And if you want to go check out really another great piece of Oregon's history, dating well back, like hundreds of years, thousands of years even, Cape Foulweather is another beautiful viewpoint to go and look over the ocean and just enjoy the natural beauty around us, as people have for, like I said, a very long time. And then Nathan's question, did that area get any of the wild windstorms that a couple, 3 weeks ago? Not anything out of the normal, I guess. We typically have a few windstorms. I mean, yes, we had a windstorm, but I think our high gusts were in the 60-mile-an-hour range, which for us on the coast in the winter, that's like every Tuesday. We don't get too worried, I should say, until we hit those triple digits, and that's usually at least once a winter. We will have some wind gusts over 100 miles an hour along the Oregon coast. And for better or worse, it's been a pretty mild winter here so far. But yeah, we did see a little bit of wind, but nothing, at least I can speak for the central coast here, nothing too damaging. So, and yeah, let's see. Yep, Luis says gone to Cape Lookout State Park for camping for 6 years. That's awesome. Cape Lookout is great. It's a beautiful park. It's just so wild right there on the beach like that, and lovely hiking and lots of fun little activities to do in that area as well. So, all right, everybody, in about 8 more minutes or so, we'll be turning off the live stream for today. Oh, my boss was watching. He just said, denied. I cannot take any vacations this year. All right, thank you guys. Well, I'll be back in a few minutes to wrap this up for today. Again, thank you so much for being here. Hey, we passed 1,000. We have 1,057 different people stop by today. So thank you to everybody for joining us. And a whale has exactly 8 minutes to show itself here today before we turn it off for the evening. So stay tuned. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
All right, well, hello again one last time for today, everybody. This is Luke, Park Ranger with Oregon State Parks. We have been coming to you live today from the Depot Bay Whale Watching Center. It's been day one of the Spring Whale Watch Week for 2022. We were unable to spot any whales today. The weather was just not cooperative at all. Rain and wind pretty much since the get-go. So if you've been with us from the beginning, we had the Coast Guard boats this morning practicing some drills right in front of us. And we've had a few birds fly by we were able to get a look at for just a minute or two. And then at about 1 o'clock, I came inside the visitor center here and we did a little lesson about gray whale 101. And finally, we're just kind of wrapping up with some fun things to do this year with other state parks. Again, it's the centennial anniversary here for us. I've only said it a few times today. It's kind of a big deal. So we're going to continue to talk about that throughout the week. But our focus is again on seeing gray whales. And as this week progresses, the weather looks much more favorable for us doing that. And so the next few days look better and better. And by Thursday and Friday, it looks very good. Based on the forecast right now, we will have sunny skies and very calm oceans. And to me and to the other staff that help us do this program, those two things, being this time of year, line up with some good whale sightings. So stick with us the rest of the week. Again, it's been so fun to have everybody here. Thank you so much for joining me. We will be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. and we'll do it again. We'll look for gray whales. If you have any questions about them, feel free to comment in the chat right there. I can see those and we'll get those responded to. And yeah, I hope everybody has a good start to their week, a good start to the spring break. If you've got kids in school right now, hope you're having a good start to your spring break holiday. And we'll have a good rest of the week here. So. Thank you again, everybody. If you want to learn about whale watching in Oregon, be sure to check out our website, OregonStateParks.org. You can find out about whale watching and like tons of other fun things to do at your local state park, either here on the coast or in the valley or in the east side, wherever you are in the state of Oregon. There's a state park pretty close to you. So, thanks again, everybody. Have a great night, and we'll do it again tomorrow.